contributor present in the DNA profile.
So I want to turn your attention now to another item. Did you have occasion to test samples from MER 3D RL14 and 12? That's DLI number 22-07495.01.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
The DLI number or
The DLI number.
Yep, it's 22-07495.01. And just to clarify, DLI applies its own numbers to items that it receives. Is that right?
Yes, I did have occasion to perform DNA analysis on that item.
Okay. And sorry, you were looking at your notes when I asked, but DLI, when you process items, you apply your own item numbers to that evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And so this item has previously been admitted as States Exhibit 81. What is that item? Can you tell the jurors?
That item, 22-07495.01, that is two rails screwed together.
And I think you answered this already, but did you perform analysis on that item?
Yes, I did.
How did you perform analysis of that item?
Well, there was staining visible on this item, so blood was indicated on the rails that were screwed together. And following that, the sample was collected from that staining for DNA analysis. And already went through the DNA process, and the resulting DNA profile of that indicated at least one contributor.
One contributor now.
Yeah, a single contributor.
What results and conclusions were you able to draw from that?
Well, Harmony Montgomery could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to that DNA profile.
And just as with the prior samples, were you able to perform a likelihood ratio?
Yes, I was, in comparing Harmony Montgomery to that DNA profile. The result of which was the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.4 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery than if it originated from an unknown person. And this analysis provides, again, very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
Again, can you explain the significance of 1.4 trillion?
Well, again, the language for very strong support for a proposition that starts when a likelihood ratio is 1 million or greater. And a trillion can be explained as a million multiplied by another million, or a million is again a 1 followed by 6 zeros, and a trillion is a 1 followed by 12 zeros.
I want to turn to the other items that you analyzed during the course of your involvement with this investigation. And so I want to go through those items individually and talk about the conclusions that you were able to draw, starting with an item LH, 1LH, a pillow with rope drawstring.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
What conclusions, if any, were you able to draw from your analysis of that item?
Well, staining was visible on the pillow with the drawstring, but no blood was indicated on this item. And following that, 2 samples were collected from the item for DNA analysis, one from the rope and one from the exterior of the pillow. However, no DNA was detected on either sample, so we didn't do any further analysis past that point.
How about item BE017, BE017?
BE017 was a clear, thin zip tie. Again, there was staining, visible staining, but no blood was indicated on the zip tie, and an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from a sample collected from it. So again, no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to item number JP88. Did you test that item?
Yes.
And what conclusions, if any, were you able to draw from your results?
This item was a pink child sock. Apparent hairs were visible on the sock. We did not conduct any analysis on that. We did take a DNA sample from the interior of the sock, and the DNA profile obtained indicated a mixture of at least 3 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. And furthermore, crystal sorry could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to that mixed DNA profile.
And did you further analyze that in another report?
Yes, I did.
What were the results of that additional analysis?
If I can flip to it. And further reports, I was also able to compare the DNA profile for Harmony Montgomery and Adam Montgomery to the DNA profile obtained from the sock.
What conclusions were you able to draw from that comparison?
Well, first, in comparing crystal sorry, probabilistic genotyping results supported their exclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the interior.
Over 10,000 people have died in Gaza already, with Israeli drone strikes and missile strikes
As a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the interior of the sock. And comparing Adam Montgomery the probabilistic genotyping results for Adam Montgomery, again, supported their exclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile previously obtained from the interior of the sock when a proposition of 3 overall contributors was considered.
Any other conclusions you were able to draw from that item?
No, that was all the analysis that was done on that item.
I want to turn your attention to JP 216-C. Did you have an opportunity to review and analyze that item?
Yes, I did. This item. Sorry, one moment. This item was a cutting from a sweater.
I'm sorry?
This item was a cutting from a sweater, JP 216-C.
Okay. What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your analysis of that item?
Blood was indicated on that cutting. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from a sample taken from the cutting. And because of that, no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to MER 3D1A. Did you have an opportunity to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a metal cutting.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
Blood was indicated on this cutting. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected, and therefore no further analysis was performed.
Turning your attention to MER 3D-B, were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a lab cutting of stained drywall backing.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
Blood was indicated on this cutting, but an insufficient amount of DNA was detected, and therefore no further analysis was performed.
Turning your attention to JP 251-1, were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a section of string.
And
Blood was, I apologize. Blood was indicated on the string, and the DNA profile obtained from the string indicated at least one male contributor. Crystal Sorey and Harmony Montgomery were excluded as contributors to that DNA profile, and Adam Montgomery as well was excluded as a contributor to that DNA profile.
And that was in a later analysis, is that right?
Yes.
And just to clarify, you said the defendant Adam Montgomery was excluded, Crystal Sorey was excluded, and Harmony Montgomery, they were all excluded from that DNA profile.
That's correct.
Understood. Turning your attention to MER 3D-A2, did you have an opportunity to analyze?
Of stained drywall backing. Blood was indicated on the cutting. And the resulting DNA profile obtained from the cutting indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. However, due to the complex nature of this mixed DNA profile, it was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Turning your attention to JP216. JP216, were you able to analyze that item?
I'd have to go to the report that it was analyzed in. JP216.
Correct.
Okay, this was a sweater with stains.
Were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, blood was indicated on the sweater, and a sample was collected from a possible blood stain on the wearer's right side for DNA analysis. However, the resulting DNA profile obtained from that sample indicated a mixture of at least 4 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. And due to the complex nature of that mixed DNA profile, it was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Turning your attention to MER3DRL3. Did you have an opportunity to analyze that item? And if it helps, it's DLI item number 22-07494.01.
Okay, yes, I have it. Yes, I did have opportunity to analyze this item. It is screws and a rail.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
From the rail, blood was indicated on the rail, and the result of which was that a sample was collected from the staining. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from that sample, so no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to a final item, TSC 8. Did you have an opportunity to analyze TSC 8?
I'm sorry, can you give me the DLI item number?
I can have just a moment. It's 22-11851.
Yes, I did perform analysis on this item.
And what was that item, or what is that item?
It is the carpeted floorboard from an Audi.
You said from an Audi?
Yes.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that sample?
No blood was indicated on that carpeted floorboard, and a sample was collected from the entire surface of the item for DNA analysis. But no DNA profile was obtained from the sample.
So, Mr. Acrodissalis, I just want to summarize. You were able to develop a profile from MER3DRL13.
Sorry, I need to flip back and see what item that is. Yes, I was.
And that was 4.1 billion times more likely to be Harmony Montgomery in an unknown person.
For one of the samples taken from that item, which was the piece of sheetrock with heavy stains, yes, that was the resulting likelihood ratio.
And when you tested another location on that item, you were able to obtain another likelihood ratio.
That is correct, yes.
Specific with respect to Harmony Montgomery, what was that likelihood ratio?
That likelihood ratio was 1.1 trillion times more likely if that DNA profile had originated from Harmony Montgomery in an unknown person than if it originated from 2 unknown people.
And you were able to develop a profile on the item MER3DRL4 and 12.
Yes.
And can you remind the jurors what the likelihood ratio was for that item with respect to Harmony Montgomery?
That item was 2 rails screwed together, and the resulting likelihood ratio in comparing Harmony Montgomery was that it was 1.4 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery than if it originated from an unknown person.
1.4 trillion.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ackroyd Azalis. I have no additional questions for you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
One of the reasons that states would say a state lab like New Hampshire that does DNA sends items to you for DLI labs is because you do a different type of DNA analysis than most other places in the country, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking.
The genotype probabilistic testing.
Yes. So probabilistic genotyping is what is used to perform likelihood ratios. Essentially, that's the combination of statistical methods and biological concepts to help in DNA analysis.
And what that does is, like, complex means more than one can mean more than one DNA sample, right?
Well, in saying that a DNA profile is complex, that can potentially mean that that sample is from more than one person. That's possible.
It could mean that the DNA sample was somewhat degraded,
That's possible.
and it could mean that there's less of a sample.
That's possible. Yes.
Okay. And there's other reasons that people, well, for the most part, I'm going to call it PGT, probabilistic genotyping. Is that what?
We usually just do PG, but I will understand what you mean if you say that's what PGT means.
Okay, because I will stumble over the words if I have to do it each time. PG is essentially a way to get better information from less DNA or more complex DNA.
Compared to traditional analysis methods, yes.
Okay, so if there was like a finding of two sources on a DNA sample, but the lab wasn't capable of further analysis, it might come to you.
That's possible.
Okay. And probabilistic genotyping is actually a computer algorithm, right?
Computer software is used, yes.
Okay. And it combines all possibilities and runs whether or not the likelihood of this possibility being achieved. Why don't you explain?
Well, essentially, you're asking how a likelihood ratio is performed?
What it means. Yes, how it's performed.
Essentially, the software makes at the start random guesses as to what genetic, well, what I should say, what alleles, so what specific genetic markers apply to each contributor in a mixture, and in what proportion for each of the genetic markers that we look at. And by comparing that, and then for each successive guess that it does blind, it compares to the actual DNA profile, and it can see how closely or how badly it fits the actual data. So as a result of that, it makes successive guesses as it goes through what's called Markov chain Monte Carlo. So essentially, as it's making these random guesses, it does assess whether the next guess is better than the previous guess. And as a result, it kind of narrows in on what the actual genetic alleles, what DNA profile applies to each contributor in a mixture.
And a person who compares DNA profiles can do the same thing, but it would take an astronomical amount of time, right?
A computer can do it in the fraction of the time that I could do it by hand, yes.
Okay. And when you hit numbers like trillion, billion, things like that, that the DNA probabilistic result is 1.4 billion. You said it's very strong support for the DNA profile matching another person?
I would say that it's very strong support for the proposition that the DNA profile resulted from the person who's being compared, as well as however other unknown individuals are present in that mixture.
Okay. So one of the things is this can't make a match?
I can't conclusively say it's someone's DNA or not. No.
But the likelihood is so high that you might be able to accept it as a match.
I can't say that.
The likelihood that it is that person when we're in the billions and stuff is pretty high.
It is high, yes.
Okay. And you can have likelihood ratios right down to 2 that mean something, right?
Yes,
Because under 2, it's uninformative, I think you said.
that's correct.
Okay. So if we can sort of say it's probably somebody by a probabilistic ratio of 10 versus a billion, the more likelihood that it is that person at a billion is really, really high, right?
Well, a billion is a lot larger than 10, if that's what you mean. Yes.
Okay. And okay. Somebody might walk away from that pretty comfortable that it is the person that the matching says it probably is. The DNA is from that source that the probabilistic ratio says it is.
I can only speak to the statistical weight. I can't
Okay.
tell anyone to come to a conclusion.
So you can't conclusively say that Harmony Montgomery is the source of the DNA on the sheetrock or the rails, but the probability is very, very high.
That's fair to say.
Okay. Now, on the sheetrock, you found a possibility of 2 sources.
Sorry, we're talking about.
MER 3D13, RL13.
Yes,
Okay. And you weren't quite sure, but that probability was there, right?
I wasn't quite sure about what. I'm sorry.
Whether it was 1 source or 2 sources, but there was enough to raise that possibility.
For the first 2 samples that were taken, yes, it was at least 1 person, and there were some suggestions of it being 2 people, and as a result of that, I interpreted it as 2 people.
Okay. And then when you did the testing on the rails and the analysis there, that was pretty conclusively 1 source?
There was no indication of any other contributor being present in that DNA profile.
Okay, so if the sheetrock and the metal rails came together and the DNA that was on both of them was from the same source, can we conclude that there was only 1 source on the sheetrock?
Well, no, because I can't speak for how people in the past might have touched these various items or who made what kind of contact or how DNA came to be on an item. I simply can't speak to the activity that led to DNA ending up on an item of evidence.
Okay, so the possibility that the sheetrock had 2 sources and the metal rails had 1 source. The possibility that the sheetrock had 2 sources still exists, even though the rail had 1 source.
Yes, the DNA results support that.
Okay. And did you receive any profiles from Kayla Montgomery to compare?
Caleb Montgomery, no, we never received a reference for that person.
Okay. So I want to talk about some of the other testing that you did in this case. You reviewed it, some of them with the state, and let's talk about JP88, which was the pink sock. And JP, the jury has learned P stands for Pittman, who collected evidence from an Audi. And you found DNA on the child's pink sock, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And DNA degrades over time, right?
Yes.
And weather conditions can affect the amount of degradation.
Yes.
And weather meaning extreme hot and extreme cold, right?
Yes, those will both play a factor.
Other environmental factors such as mold and stuff like that might affect DNA degradation.
Yes, that's true.
And the jury has heard the condition that the Audi was in at the time that it was searched. You were able to obtain DNA from the Audi, right?
Are we still speaking of the pink tile sock?
JP88, sorry.
I was able to obtain a DNA profile from the sock, yes.
And you were able to exclude Harmony and Adam from that DNA.
In comparing their DNA results by probabilistic genotyping, the statistics supported them being excluded.
Was it in this? It was a very high number, right?
10 likelihood ratio supporting exclusion, 10,000 or greater. We consider that this is the phrasing we use, that they support their exclusion.
And this was well above 10,000.
If you want the exact number, I need to go into the case file.
I don't need to, but it was a lot over 10,000, right?
It was at least 10,000. I don't remember the number exactly from memory.
Okay, but it is within your realm that strongly supports exclusion.
That's correct.
And you talked about 1 billion strongly supports exclusion earlier on other items.
I believe we were speaking of inclusion when I was.
Okay. So anyway, it strongly supports exclusion on the pink sock, right?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Sori, and Adam Montgomery, yes, the resulting statistics all supported their exclusion from the pink sock.
Okay. So DNA survived the conditions that the jury has heard that the Audi was in, sufficient to make a comparison of DNA and make a determination that supports exclusion.
In this case, yes.
Okay. Now the JP 216 was a sweater with stains,
Yes.
and it was an adult sweater with stains.
I actually don't have that information in the reports.
Okay.
What size or to
Okay.
what person that sweater is intended for.
And I think the conclusion was at least 4 individuals on that.
For the sample taken from a possible blood stain on the wearer's right side, the resulting DNA profile was a mixture of at least 4 individuals with at least 1 male contributor, but it was due to its complex nature. Yes, it couldn't be used for comparison purposes.
Okay, so you're comfortable with the conclusion that it is at least 4 people contributed to the staining.
I'm comfortable with the conclusion that I got DNA from at least 4 individuals from the sample taken from that stain.
Okay, and that at least one of those individuals was male.
That's correct.
And did you determine if that staining was blood?
Blood was indicated on the sweater. Yeah, but I wasn't able to conclusively identify it as blood.
Okay. And again, blood can survive extreme conditions of very, very hot and very, very cold.
It's possible, and I don't know the exact weather conditions and what other factors might have come into play with where the sweater was found.
Okay. And if a conclusion of different testing was that it was blood on the sweater, you can't say one way or the other if that conclusion was correct or not.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I'm
If
not sure I
other
understand.
testing revealed blood on that sweater, you can't determine whether that other testing was correct or not.
Well, if my laboratory or I didn't perform that testing, I can't speak for whoever did it.
Okay. And I guess the thing that I'm trying to get to is that DNA and blood, while it can be degraded by many different conditions, it can also survive in many different conditions, right?
That's fair to say, yes.
And it can survive over years.
Possibly. Again, it depends on the specific conditions.
Okay.
This is the perfect product for me.
Makes me feel so good.
I sleep better.
My mood, my energy feel amazing.
Kachava, energy, an abundance of energy. I drive a tractor trailer, people. There's nothing healthy about being out here, being on a truck. This product is amazing.
Know what those initials stand for?
TSC8. I don't. That was assigned by the New Hampshire authorities.
Okay. And in any event, on there was no blood nor DNA, right?
No blood was indicated from the staining. And sorry, can I just double check
Sure.
the case file quickly? There was DNA detected on the carpeted floorboard, but there was no, while it went through the DNA process, we weren't able to obtain a DNA profile.
Okay.
at the end.
Okay. No blood, but DNA.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further from the state? Yes.
Mr. Acro-Rosales, you were asked about the type of testing that DNA Labs International conducts. Do you remember that line of questioning from the defense?
I believe so, yes.
The defense attorney asked you specifically about your lab conducting a different type of DNA analysis than other places in the country. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, it went into probabilistic genotyping, I believe.
And let's talk about probabilistic genotyping. That's a mouthful.
Yes.
Probabilistic genotyping, is that something that's not done in other places in the country?
It's actually a pretty standard method at this point. My laboratory certainly isn't the only one in the country that uses it.
And is this a new method?
It's been in use since 2015.
You said that this computer software that you use, it runs the test in no time.
Well, far quicker than I'm capable of doing by hand.
And that's my next point. You are able to do this by hand. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
I want to talk about the likelihood ratios that you were asked about. What threshold is required for very strong support?
So again, going to the verbal scale used to describe likelihood ratios. When I'm able to describe a proposition as having very strong support, that results when a likelihood ratio is 1,000,000 or greater.
You were asked about a second contributor to the source from MER 3D RL 13.
Yes.
I think on direct, you said that second profile was really uninformative. Can you just explain that to the jurors?
So while I could see that there was a second contributor in this mixture, as I think I said earlier, there just wasn't a lot of data of that person. So there was enough for me to see that there was someone there, but not enough for me to feel that I could conclusively identify who that second contributor is.
During your involvement with those pieces of sheetrock, the metal framing, did you receive a known profile for someone, for a detective, Scott Riley?
I did not know.
Thank you. No further questions, Drew?
You said that this type of testing, PG, has been, your lab has been around since 2015?
No, it's older than that, but I don't recall the exact year it was established. However, the program used, StarMix, that employs probabilistic genotyping, that's been used in forensic analysis, DNA analysis, since I believe it's 2015.
Okay. And are there more than 8 labs now that apply StarMix?
I believe so, but I would need to check the numbers to be sure.
Okay, so it's growing, but at first, weren't you all the only ones doing it commercially?
That's possible. I actually don't know offhand.
Okay. In any event, it's been verified and validated and everything else, right?
It's a respected and trusted tool for forensic analysis, yes.
Okay. But not necessarily every state has the ability to do it.
Well, investing in new technology, that's an immense, that costs a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort. So yes, it's not everyone uses it as of yet.
And that's why state labs might send it to a private lab to be analyzed rather than doing it themselves.
That's possible.
Okay. And the likelihood ratio, I think a little bit of confusion may exist. Very strong support. You mentioned the term thing 1 million, and then earlier 1,000. Do you need 1 million to include somebody?
No, the verbal scale just describes the relative strength of a likelihood ratio. And I believe what you're referencing was when a likelihood ratio is 10,000 or greater supporting exclusion, that we treat that as excluding a reference from a mixture.
Okay. So it's like not even very strong support. Once you hit 10,000, you're excluded.
That is how we treat it, yes.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, just to clarify that point, I can't outright say they aren't there, but just that's what the statistics support. So that's why we use that language.
Okay. And on MER-3D-RL4 through 12, Adam was excluded, right?
Mr. Montgomery,
I'm sorry, yes.
he was excluded from that DNA profile from that item, yes.
But you also believe that that item had one source.
The resulting DNA profile only indicated one person, yes.
Okay. Sorry, I know it's very precise terminology and I'm not being so precise, so I apologize. On MER-3D-RL13, there was, that could have been 2 people, right?
Well,
2 sources, sorry.
in the first sample taken, it was at least one contributor that I interpreted as 2 based on ambiguity in the profile.
Okay.
The second sample taken at a future date, that indicated a mixture conclusively of at least 2 people.
Oh, my misunderstanding. Okay. And then probabilistic testing, it was uninformative as far as Crystal was concerned and limited support that Adam was not a contributor.
We're talking about the second sample taken from a piece of sheetrock?
Yeah.
Or rather, I should say the third.
9/14/22.
Sorry, just to be clear, for the sample that was taken at a later date using a kit that an amplification kit that we received approval for, yes, Crystal Story, the likelihood ratio for her to the mixture from there was uninformative, and there was limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery was excluded from that mixture.
Okay. And of the, okay, a conclusion that there's probably two sources and Adam Montgomery is probably excluded.
Well, there's limited support.
Okay. And there's no support on the other side that says he's included, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And like I said, that side can go down to 2 and mean something, right?
Well, at that range, again, we use limited support to make it clear that it's a small number.
Right. Thank you.
Anything further?
No, you're in the process. Witness being excused.
All right. You may step down, sir. He may be excused.
Yes.
And you are excused.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Yes? I think it makes sense to have our mid-morning break now, so we'll break for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 25 of. All right, please rise for the jurors.
Thank you.
Council, just approach for a minute.
All right, I don't have anything hooked up. I don't know if you can even hear me, but I unmuted the button and we're on our morning break. I think it's probably usually 10 minutes. So 10:30-ish, we should be back. And I will await further instructions otherwise. You guys have been awesome. Thanks for the support, really. I'll call y'all back before they start. So not to worry if you've got me in your ear. All right. I can unmute myself. I have 2 dogs, so if you hear them barking, I will mute myself quickly. So let's see, to cap it off, we started without sound and we got sound and we talked about DNA. I couldn't tell you exactly what happened with all that DNA information, except I can tell you that if I were that defense attorney, I would have asked different questions. And I certainly would take a different tone with the witnesses who are the criminals versus the subject matter experts. The woman is condescending to everyone. It's ridiculous. But that's me. So, um, that's pretty much all I took out of it. Unfortunately, I didn't get to really hear too much of it, but I'm glad you all are happy with what we're doing, and that's what we're here for, right? And I can tell you personally that I really appreciate you all, and that watching trials is so difficult, but it is first and foremost our right as American citizens to have a public trial. And there's a reason for that. And that is so important, in my opinion, and the founding fathers and mothers' opinions as well. So I appreciate that the courts are starting to get with the 21st century. And I appreciate having a group of people who can watch really difficult things and be both human and, when needed, break the ice and be a little bit snarky, but then come back to where we need to be and get back on task. Because the reason we're here is we need to do better. We're just not doing well enough. We're not, and we can do better. So that's my little soapbox soliloquy. And I wish I had something prepared for you, but I don't. I guess the other thing I would add to what I said is that having an open court and giving people the chance to watch it, I really do believe is going to help us bring all the different modalities together that need to come together so that we can support wellness of people. We're very siloed in whether you're an attorney or you're in the medical field or you work with children, or we don't do enough where, in my opinion, the community as a whole, the general public, can see how this works so they can see where the kinks are and they can see where the easy parts are. Because it's my experience that most people are working to make things better in whatever way they can and just trying to support life and their family, and that in learning what your rights are in learning the way it should work, in learning what might be outside the realm of uh, healthy behavior. I think people as a whole can learn a lot. And if we communicate about it, we can actually affect policy change and make a difference, because there's an awful lot of us people who just want the best and certainly don't want things like happened to poor Harmony. And it's just really important. So, okay, I'm going to stop now and then get a drink and then think court will be back on in maybe a minute or two. I'm watching, don't worry.
What is up, guys? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Mary P doing it to it. Let's see. Woo, woo. Again, good morning. What is it? 10:38. Welcome. Give Mary high fives and hugs. Not only did she just share her screen, but then she did. So hold on one second. I want to say thanks to Mary. So I added you out of the. See all those boxes? Is that new evidence? Yeah, they're going to be talking about that. I just want to say thank you, Mary.
It was my pleasure. I'm glad it worked.
Okay.
I've
yes.
never actually done it.
Thank you. I was like all excited. I'm like, I got this all set up, and I muted them because I was doing some work last night, and then I didn't unmute them, like their channel. So
Yep, I hear you. That was the stress.
Going.
That was what I was juggling here. I'm like, oh my goodness, where is it? But we got it working. I'm glad it worked. So thank you all. Thank you all for your support. It really was nice. And your patience, because I know it wasn't, the easiest thing, especially the commercials, but apologies.
Well, again, thank you so much, Mary. You're a rock star. And again, yep, thank you.
I'll see. No problem. I'll see you in chat.
Okay, hon. All right, bye-bye. Guys, give it up. Let's see what we got here. Again, no Adam. I don't foresee him coming unless he comes the day that he's actually testifying. So. Again, for me, this is all going to be about if the jury believes Kayla and if the state can prove enough of Kayla's version of events with, he's already conceded to the charges of falsifying physical evidence and abuse of a corpse. He conceded to that the first day and hasn't been back. And now with him conceding, then we're looking at second-degree murder and then tampering with witnesses and informants. Yesterday was all about the
Everybody ready for the
forensics. This morning,
Please rise for the jurors.
today. That witness had one heck of a name. I thought it was a typo at first.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Miss Emily Watson, Miss Emily Thompson to the stand.
Emily Thompson. Is this the state's 28th witness?
Let your step in the courts as you walk.
I don't have Emily Thompson in the probable cause, so
Ms. Thompson, if you would please remain standing just for a brief moment. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear it.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Thompson, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and then spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Emily Thompson, EMILYTHOMPSON,
And Ms. Thompson, currently, what state are you living in?
Maryland,
And back in 2020, what state were you living in?
New Hampshire,
What city were you living in New Hampshire?
Manchester.
And let me ask you briefly, just so we can understand a little bit about your background. How far did you go in school?
I graduated in 2020.
From high school?
College.
From college?
Yes.
And what did you graduate with? What degree?
Bachelor's of Fine Arts degree in creative writing.
And let me ask you, back in the winter of 2020, so I'm talking about January, February, March of 2020, where were you employed?
Portland Pie Company here in Manchester.
How long were you working for Portland Pie Company?
I worked for them on and off for about 5 years. I started in 2015 up through the time the branch closed in 2020.
And that was right after COVID started, is that right?
We shut down just before COVID,
Just
shut
before.
everything else down.
Okay. So during your time there, what did you do at Portland Pie Company?
I was a delivery driver.
In the winter of 2020, let me ask you, did you ever work with an individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I did, yes.
And what did he do there at that restaurant?
I believe he was a dishwasher.
Did you ever see Adam Montgomery there with a bag in the
Dishwasher.
walk-in cooler?
I think I did, but I couldn't say with any absolute certainty.
And what do you think you remember of that?
I believe I recall him either coming into the walk-in or leaving the walk-in with a bag.
Where was this cooler?
It was in the kitchen, between the dishwashing room and the exit into the main dining area.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it was my understanding that there were almost two different areas where you could be. There's the basically the ground floor, and then there was a basement area as well with additional storage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So were there any other coolers down in the basement, or just this one on the ground floor you're talking about in the main dining area?
There was a walk-in in the basement. That was where alcohol would be stored, beer, wine, etc.
And so which cooler are we talking about then? The one on the main floor or the one down in the basement?
Main floor.
Main floor. And I believe you said a minute ago you thought you saw him carrying it either in or out?
Correct. It's been several years, so my memory is a bit hazy.
Okay. Did you yourself store personal bags inside coolers at Portland Pie Company?
No, I did not.
And how many times do you believe that you may have seen him doing this, bringing it in or out of this cooler?
Would have been just once.
Just one occasion?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, you worked there until it closed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you, but I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
We do not.
Okay, questions? You may step down.
Thank you.
If you'd ask the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The witness is excused.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Cameron Gibney to the stand. Good morning, Mr. Gibney. If you would kindly remain standing just for a brief moment, would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Gibney, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes. Cameron Gibney, CameronGibney.
And Mr. Gibney, would you tell us what town do you currently reside in?
Hooksett, New Hampshire.
Hooksett, New Hampshire. Okay. And might need you to just scoot the seat in just a little bit more close to the mic.
Is that better?
Yep, that's
Okay.
perfect. Thank you. And how long have you been living in Hooksett?
For about 3 years now, originally from Manchester, but
You said originally from Manchester. How long did you live in Manchester before you moved to Hooksett?
for about 15 plus years.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you currently employed?
I am.
Okay. Where do you work?
I work over at Manchester Music Mill,
And what do you do for them?
pro audio and installation.
Prior to that, do you have any sort of work experience in the restaurant business?
I do.
What is that?
So prior to that, I worked at Portland Pie in Manchester.
Were you working there in the winter of 2020? And by winter, I mean January, February, and March of 2020.
I did, yes.
What did you do at the Portland Pie Company? What were your job duties?
So I was originally a server, and then I became front of house manager about maybe six or so months after that.
As front house manager, let's say server, I imagine you're serving people food and waiting on them, correct?
Mhm.
Front house manager, what does that job entail?
So that job entailed doing taking care of the front of basically the servers and the bartenders and anything that happened in the front as far as management wise.
Did you ever meet a person by the name of Adam Montgomery there?
I did.
Okay. And how did you meet him?
Through work there. He ended up getting hired on a little bit. I would say a little bit probably before I became manager in the front. I did see him, and that's how I know him from.
Do you know what his job duties were, what you saw him doing for the business?
Yes, he was originally in the back in the kitchen area. I believe he did prep and cooked as far as pizza and food.
Mr. Give me permission to approach you.
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you Exhibit the United States 101. Do you recognize this person?
I do.
Who do you recognize him to be?
Adam Montgomery?
So that's the same person that you worked with?
Yes.
And in the winter of 2020, first of all, when did that restaurant close?
It closed, I believe, I am not 100% sure. I don't remember when it closed. I was there prior to that, a week before it closed, but I'm not too certain when it actually closed off the top of my head.
Let me ask, was it just kind of before the beginning of the COVID lockdowns or afterwards?
It was before.
Before, okay. And in the winter of 2020, did you ever see the defendant at Portland Pie Company with a bag?
I did.
Okay. And where did you see him with this bag?
Inside the actual restaurant and around the restaurant itself. Also, I've seen him inside of of our walk-in cooler that we used to have, that was inside where the kitchen area was.
A walk-in cooler where the kitchen area was?
Yes,
Okay. And which floor was that kitchen area cooler on? The main floor or the basement?
main floor.
Main floor. What did you see the defendant, Mr. Montgomery, doing with this bag?
He always would just place it inside the walk-in cooler, on the lower shelf. Sometimes he would move it to a different, location, but it was mainly on the lower left-hand side, inside the cooler.
And I'd like to show you what's marked State's Exhibit 52.
Mhm.
Do you recognize this bag, sir?
I do.
Okay. What does this bag look like?
It looks like the bag that was inside the cooler.
Is this the bag that you saw Adam Montgomery moving inside the cooler?
Correct.
How many times did you see him moving this bag?
Either when he left or when he arrived to Portland Pie.
But it was more than once, I think.
Correct.
Where in the cooler did you see him put the bag?
It was through the actual walk-in itself, door, to the left lower shelf is where it was always located. So how it sat was the door was like this. You walked around, there was a door to the right, the walk-in cooler opened, and then to the left of the cooler on the lower shelf, because there were like grates that were typically in there for like tomatoes and stuff.
Okay.
It was typically on the bottom shelf.
What else would be stored on that bottom shelf?
So it was we had like mustard and just a bunch of other condiments that were typically down there.
Did you ever see anyone else handling this bag besides him?
No,
Did you ever bring bags inside and store them in the cooler at Portland Pie Company?
no,
And do you know of any other employees that have brought bags such as that one inside Portland Pie Company and stored them in the cooler?
I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Gibney. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
We do not.
All right, sir, you may step down.
No questions there on cross. Again, I think that they're conceding that because
Any objection? All right, sir, yours
of him
is-
already
you
conceding
are
the guilt
excused.
to that portion.
With regards to the state's next witness, it may be appropriate to take up the defendant's motion form this morning.
The defendant filed a motion this morning.
Council approach.
Sidebar. Again, they're having a sidebar. The sidebar is about a motion the defense filed this morning in regards to this state's witness, or that may not be in regards to, maybe encompassing a multitude of things, but in some way it affects this next witness. So we are waiting on this sidebar. I used to own a restaurant bar, and the walk-in freezers, coolers, depending on where you work at, can be relatively large. Depending on how much product you're going through and how much what you're storing in these and how full they are, it could. I mean, was he taking it home? Was he taking that bag home every single day and bringing it? Did anybody ever ask him, hey, like, did they think it was like his lunch? I mean, I've had employees in the past, while they were working, if they would bring their own lunches, use the cooler for that with like their food. I'm trying to think. I've had people that come in for like parties and like bring a cake, an ice cream cake, and so we would keep it back there until they were ready to have the cake. What else? Our keg, like if we had extra kegs, and it was like a busier night, we kept kegs along the side. I'm just thinking that things that would be in there randomly due to different things that be going on. We'd stack, if you'd have to like get warm beer cold quicker, we could stack, cases in there. Our delivery guys, when they would come, depending on what they were bringing, stack them in there first and then move them to wherever we're putting them and stocking them. I thought I read somewhere something about formula, that people in the probable cause, they let it slide, or they knew that he had kids. So I'm curious if he mentioned that something
The
was for
court
his
is
kid.
what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna send you to lunch yet. The parties have raised a legal issue that the court needs to review with the lawyers. That's not a matter for the jury's consideration. So at this time, we're gonna take a break. Depending on where we land, we'll determine whether or not we come back, we hear testimony, or whether or not the timing is such that I let you go to an early lunch. So at this point, we're just gonna call it a break. So have a drink of water, use the restroom. I'm not exactly sure how long this will take us. So just be patient, please. Thank you so much. All rise for the jurors.
Curious to see who this next witness is due to this. So we'll be on break here. Karen Reed's case is set at 2 p.m. It is live streaming. And I will be live streaming that.
Counsel, you know what? I do want to read it before I hear arguments. So I'm going to step off the bench, read what you've written, and then I'll hear arguments from both sides. Okay?
So
Thank you, Aaron.
I want to see if they're going to allow the oral arguing on camera, or if this is outside the presence of the jury. And since they've been having everything outside the presence of the jury, if they're if they're having legal arguments, those should be shown. The sidebars is the only thing that should not be shown. So I'm going to give it a little bit of time here to see if they're going to show the oral arguing on the matter, a legal matter. And then what I'm going to be doing is prepping for the Karen Reed case that I'll be live. It's supposed to be just a quick hearing due to the fact that they're supposed to start trial. Like I've been saying, there's no way they're going to trial in March. Both sides have filed a joint motion in the Karen Reed case to have a continuance for the trial date that was set for March, I want to say 12. And so I'm curious to see if the judge is even going to speak on that and make a decision, or if they're just oral arguing again and then she's going to make a decision. But both sides want and need more time because of the information that they're passing back and forth. The defense doesn't have everything. It's that simple. But it was a joint motion, so it's not like the prosecution wants to go forward and the defense is like trying to stall or something. right now the judge is reading over the motion. She wanted to read over it first before they went ahead and began. Again, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you're at. I know this case is hard for a lot of people to listen to, watch. I am right there with you. People say that Adam should have to be there, should have to listen to it. We have our rights. I thought it was a strategic move, to be honest, because I thought that maybe his lawyers were like, he's not going to be able to control himself. He's going to have like outbursts or something like that. Based on a motion filed, Adam was not fond of being strip searched, and was like, why are you here so early on the day that they came to pick him up? And they were like, well, we have to strip search you. And this was at 7 a.m. And he said, what the fuck for? I'm not fucking doing that. And then I'm not going. I'm not fucking going. So that's what happened. There was a memo put in about that, and that's where it's been left. I haven't seen or heard anything more about Adam not being there. I think the judge made a comment saying that that's his right not to be there, and not to consider that. And I think that would just be really, really hard to not consider. Leanna, do we know exactly what Adam Montgomery is doing? Well, I believe that he probably would be given the option to see and watch this because of, the Darrell Brooks case. When he wasn't in the courtroom, he was outside the courtroom. You know how he appeared via Zoom, Adam did. And I believe that Brooks was watching it. So I don't know. I think that if you want to watch it, you have to be there to watch it. So that's what I would think. again, we're just waiting on the judge here to leave chambers, come on back in, and I believe that they're going to go ahead and oral argue, and this is going to be part of the public viewing of the trial. It should be. And that's why I believe Court TV got instructions that they did not have to go off camera and zoom in anywhere else, and that this was on a break. Karen, what I know about Portland Pie is that they actually closed before the COVID situation. They closed March 1st, 2020. Restaurants in that area were to close anywhere between like the 15th and 19th. So I'm also wondering, I don't know if you guys know this, but it has to do with Adam's timeline of working. He was he left. So Portland Pie, they closed on March 1st. He was done working, and however, in what capacity, the 22nd of February. So February deuce. He signed that lease. Him and Kayla signed that lease to be in that apartment February 20th. So he got that job January 14th. He had that job for literally 5 weeks. He was working there 5 weeks. That was my big question is, how did they afford going and getting an apartment? It had to be something that happened through the family shelter. And then I went back and saw, I don't know if you guys saw this, what was going on like a year ago over there. Well, this is happening. Actually, I'll share it. I was watching last night.
On one corner, the corner of Manchester and Pine Street in downtown Manchester, lined with tents.
I don't feel safe in the neighborhood anymore.
On one corner, the families in transition shelter that fits 138 people and 11 families, but they're out of room.
We've been full in both of those locations, ongoing for months.
On the other corner is the Kinder Tree Learning Center.
We've seen some sexual activity in the neighborhood right outside of our window. Like I said, they're approached sometimes when they come to pick up their kids at the door.
The owners of the daycare called this place a diamond in the rough because you take one look around and you can tell this place is pretty nice. However, you follow me right over here, you take one look outside their window and you can see that there's a problem.
In a statement, Mayor Joyce Craig told News 9, nonprofit partners do outreach to this encampment daily to encourage individuals to access the available services. Manchester Police Department has significantly increased patrols to the area and is coordinating with the Department of Public Works to provide safe storage for the belongings of those individuals experiencing homelessness. However, Christine says more needs to be done.
Nobody would come out to help us. They told us that they would send us pamphlets and they would get us lock boxes so that we could pick the needles up ourselves and dispose of them. I don't feel comfortable doing that. My staff doesn't feel comfortable doing that.
We took a quick walk around the facility.
Oh my gosh. Found one.
A needle just feet from the door.
We're not able to bring the kids in the playground anymore because of the things that we're seeing and the things that we're hearing.
This is a challenging problem and not something that's going to be easily solved. And it really is about us collaborating as a community together to try to come up with solutions.
In Manchester, Troy Lynch, WMUR News 9.
In there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, in the motion I laid out the original filing and the argument, and the state provided the unsworn affidavit of a detective with regard to what Kayla Montgomery purportedly had said in the past. And it's not like there were quotes or anything like that.
The reality of it is, at where we are right now, you can focus on
Correct.
on what testimony we have, and they can provide officer proof for what testimony they think is coming. I think it's not especially relevant if there are things within Ray Hill's affidavit that are not identical.
So, right, which is why I say I'm renewing, because the testimony did not come out as purportedly she would testify at trial. At trial, she was asked again about tools, and she talked about a conversation with Adam at her mother's, and during that conversation, she testified that Adam was apparently interested in her mother's grinder, or she may have only called it a power tool, and said that he wanted to take it to use on Harmony's body. And she then identified the State's Exhibit 63 as the item that she recalled her mother had. And if you will recall, 63 is the fuel grinder, Milwaukee red, and she identified her initials on the bottom of the photograph. Turns out that this was not something that she had initialed at a prior recording. It was during the trial prep that apparently that photograph was given to her. And as far as I know, before that prep, there was no mention of a fuel grinder ever. And I believe that photograph may have been part of the photographs. We introduced photograph defendant's eye, that was a circular saw that she identified as the image closest to the image of the power tool that she had seen in the house. It was an old power tool, and it was corded and looked most like the circular saw.
I'm sorry, she saw in which house?
Sorry, Union Street apartment. Then she identified, was shown a miter saw, which is defendant's Exhibit H, and said no, that was not the saw that she saw. I do not know if State's Exhibit 63 was included in the photographs that she was shown back then. I assume that it was, because I think they had already collected this Home Depot information. But nevertheless, they go to a prep session with a saw, a photograph of a saw that she has never seen. She tells them this story, and on the stand, she tells them that she talked Adam out of stealing her mother's fuel grinder. So in regard to that, Christine Lubin testified she does not have a grinder. She's never had a grinder. She knew what the picture was of, and no, she had never had one. So the credibility with regard to that testimony has several layers, but essentially none. Then she also testified about tools, and she did not see tools other than the scissors. She testified with regard.
She testified that she saw tools in the apartment, right?
The one that looked most like the chainsaw was in a box under the cupboard.
Okay, so it's not that she didn't see tools.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
What she identified as the corded circular saw, was in a box under the kitchen. She did not see any tools other than the scissors in the bathroom, and it was a small bathroom. The only thing that she saw there, other than using the scissors, was a bag of lime. She testified that the photograph of the lime was the most similar to what she saw. She did not say that she could identify the lime, but the lime in the picture, and I forgot to pull it out, was the one most like what she saw. She did not say that it was a 40-pound bag of lime. And she did not see tools. She did not hear tools. She didn't see tools outside before or after Adam was in the shower for a time period with the body while she was out. She did say she didn't hear a power tool. She did say her neighbor's music was loud, but I think common sense with regard to power tools, if a power tool was used, it would have been heard. She did not, and she admitted that she was there when the body was in the bag and Adam was trying to zip it up. She did not claim that there was any dismemberment, as the state put it in their opening. She didn't say anything about pieces. I'm sorry, it's sort of grotesque to talk about, but she didn't mention anything other than lime and shower in the bathroom as far as activities that she was aware of. And tools, again, that she was aware of were only the scissors and the circular saw underneath the thing that was old. She also, although she claimed that she limited her time in the bathroom, she also testified that she saw Adam put the body in a trash bag on the floor in lime. She later retracted and said, no, he said that. She didn't see it. But in any event, she testified to both. So if that tool was there, she would have seen it. She did not. She assisted in closing the bag, didn't see any sign of dismemberment or tools at that point. She never ever saw any new tools in the house. And you may recall from the original motion, what was purchased in the receipt by some unknown person included extra blade and extra battery. And so she didn't see anything new tool related in the apartment while at Union. She testified about, I think she testified about a call for service for taking care of the bathroom. In any event, the state will have, I believe, a witness to talk about a call for service.
So they did introduce the document regarding the call for service, so that's in.
Okay, and I think that she mentioned that, no, so I guess they're not going to call the guy for a call for service, but they have a document. I think she described a call for service, and if she did, she didn't do anything about that call for service vis-a-vis the events in the shower. So we don't know if the events in the shower happened, and she moved into the apartment at the end of February, and I think she said the 21st or the 22nd. And so there were a number of days prior to that call for service. And she did not say that it was the next day or anything, or the same day or whatever the complaint was. So we don't know if a day or two or three or four went in between.
I think the other thing you mentioned that you raised was the bank records. Do you want to discuss that?
Okay, and the bank records, they have bank records that show a withdrawal from Citizen Bank. The state put in its motion that Citizen Bank is about 0.4 miles from the Home Depot. I believe one of the officers will probably be able to testify that Union Street is over a mile from Home Depot. There's no evidence whatsoever of anybody giving a ride to the Montgomerys. There is testimony that when they got rides somewhere, it was sometimes through a service. There has been testimony about the number of friends, acquaintances of the Montgomerys that the police went out to talk to. It can be developed more, but there were a lot. There was also testimony about the crime tip line, and that people, as this was being publicized in the media, the search for harmony, tips were coming in from the crime line, and they were following up on that. And there has been a discussion about the amount of media exposure. Nobody called in with a tip of a man walking down from Home Depot with a 40-pound bag of lime, a box of a power tool, and the like, nor has anyone called in who is perhaps an acquaintance of the Montgomery saying, oh, by the way, I think I gave him a ride. So there's no evidence whatsoever connecting the $500 purchase to a $400 purchase of lime at Home Depot. And finally, not in the motion, is that there's no evidence that the lime was purchased at Home Depot. There are other places that sell lime. I believe the testimony will be that they only searched Home Depot. So there is no connection. The state in their opening alleged that Harmony was dismembered by Adam, and they are seeking to introduce these tools to suggest that Mr. Montgomery had tools to cause that event, where there is no connection. And without that connection, the prejudice of this evidence so far outweighs any probative value that it should be precluded.
All right, thank you. I'll hear from the state. Go ahead.
This is interesting.
Same argument that's been presented before with regards to the timing. Attorney Smith just mentioned with
Speak
regards,
up.
just try to go backwards in order so I can address the different points coming on. Yes, that the Citizens Bank is across the street from the Home Depot on South Willow Street. There are many different ways to get back and forth in the city that don't involve calling a ride or necessarily a ride for it. The fact that there's no testimony or a tip of a person carrying a bag of lime and a power tool in a bag that came in does not make it any less relevant or less admissible for this Home Depot purchase to occur. Let's go back to the timing. The Citizens Bank withdrawal is on the 26th. A matter of minutes, less than an hour, minutes later, at the Home Depot across the street, there is this purchase of lime. This purchase of lime with power tools by cash. Other purchases of lime that were made for the entire month of February, with the exception of one other one, were accounted for. The other one was outside of this time frame. It was far later than after the O'Connell Lodge stay. We believe that Harmony was placed somewhere in U-Haul, which we were going to get to in our witnesses. The testimony of cross-examination was just cited to you, but not necessarily the testimony of direct. Specifically, Kayla Montgomery testified she did not see the body once it was in the bag. She also did testify that she saw that the bag was dismembered. There was no testimony of that. The call for service, Your Honor, the defense immediately brought up the fact that there was a call for service that had been introduced. Just to clarify, that's a call for service back at the Lake Avenue address, the FIT shelter. The call for service to Union Street, which is the day after this Home Depot purchase, for a tub drain that needed to be snaked as well as repaired, that will be coming in through a witness later on this afternoon who works for maintenance at 644 Union Street, where they were living at the time of the Home Depot purchase, at the time of the bank withdrawal, 45 minutes across the street from the Home Depot for this Home Depot purchase. With regards to photographs of what Ms. Montgomery testified to, I legal testimony was that the identification of the identification of the grinder saw, and it is important to use the right term. As Christina Lubin testified to and as described, that is a grinder, the photos that were shown. There's no chainsaw here, so I don't know where the term chainsaw is coming from, but there's no chainsaw that's been involved. We've talked about a miter saw, which is also known as a box saw. We've also talked about a cordless circular saw, and then we've talked about this grinder. Specifically, the testimony of Kayla Montgomery was that the grinder was a box she recalled seeing before, and I believe in her testimony at one point saying that she had seen it somewhere before, and then she recalled seeing it at her mother's house, she believed, and that Adam Montgomery stated that that was the type of saw that he wanted to use when he was talking about dismembering her, so that she had seen a saw, a new saw in the box. Ms. Lubin's testimony was that she did not own any such saw. It's a grinder. It is not for woodworking, which is what she testified she did in her spare time and on the side. So she doesn't own it. So the testimony we have is that Kayla Montgomery has seen it in a box. Adam Montgomery has talked about seeing that in a box and wanting to use that for dismembering, not that it's one that Christina Lubin owned. Yes, she did testify that there was a circular saw that was there. She was very adamant with regard to it being a corded saw, not a cordless circular saw. But she identified the bag of lime when she was shown that by detectives, not at the proper session, but back before in March of 2023. She was shown that photo of the lime, and from that SKU, the SKU, which is the identification number that a business uses to identify that particular item in their inventory and to make sales, and reports the sales of those on the receipt. She identified that bag with that SKU, and that SKU matched up to the purchase of lime that was made from the Home Depot less than an hour after the withdrawal of cash from their ATM account across the street. Yes, the Citizens Bank was a little over a mile away from the street, but there are a number of different ways that the defendant could have gotten there. Could have walked, could have taken a bus, could have used a private service to get there. The relevance is that it's their account that the money is being drawn from. That 45 minutes later, approximately so, it is a cash purchase that is made. It is one of only two cash purchases that is made of lime with the same bag that she identified, with the same SKU that she identified. That, oh, look, if we go to the receipt, we see that there is this grinder, the same type that she said, and she remembers seeing with the defendant talked about wanting to use in this matter. All of those goes in to make this particular purchase of lime, the purchase from Home Depot, admissible. And the jury can give it whatever weight that it deserves. The defendant certainly has plenty of different things that they can cross-examine on, but this is a question about admissibility, not about weight. And when it comes to admissibility, under 403, as the court has ruled two previous times with regards to this, this is admissible, and there hasn't been anything about the testimony that's come in to change the admissibility of the evidence.
All right. I don't think it's necessary to recount all of this. I don't even think it's a close call. I think the state has sufficient evidence to show that it's relevant, that it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and that the fact is of consequence in determining the action. There's no question about that. There has been significant testimony regarding the saws. It's not essential that she have identified the exact saw. She saw a saw in her own apartment or the grinder. I mean, I think that there is sufficient evidence. There is evidence related to there will be related to the bank account. I think the state has made an offer of proof. The proximity to the Home Depot purchase, the facts that were set forth in the original motion related to what the police did to narrow the issue related to both the cash withdrawal and the use of the cash for the purchase. She testified that although she didn't hear the power tool being used, that there was music. She wasn't in there the whole time. I think that there is sufficient evidence to allow the state to bring in the information from the Home Depot. So for all the reasons that I said in my original order, for the reasons set forth by the state today, and after having reviewed the motion to reconsider is denied. All right, everybody ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Please rise for the jurors. I guess for the record, I should also say that I think it's admissible under 403.
All right, so basically it was denied. This was a motion to reconsider.
You may be seated. Ladies and
So this
gentlemen, thank
would
you so much for your
prejudice
patience.
the
The
jury.
legal issue that needed to be resolved has been resolved, and we can resume the testimony. The state may call its next witness.
I agree with this. So the detective
Eugene Wasson to the stand.
is going to be presenting all the circumstantial evidence in connection with buying lime. They were able to go through, but I'm going to imagine all the receipts of Home Depot and lime that was bought in that area at that time. Then they saw a cash withdrawal, and they were able to find that a cash withdrawal from their own bank account, and there was a Home Depot purchase of lime, 40-pound bag, 45 minutes after the withdrawal of the cash from their bank account gives circumstances that that cash payment at Home Depot was at a Montgomery.
And Mr. Watson, you can remain standing if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalties and penalties of perjury? Yes. You can have a seat and make yourself comfortable. And when you're ready, Mr. Wasson, if you can just start by giving us your name, stating it and spelling it for the record.
Okay. Real name is Eugene Robert Wasson, Eugene, Robert, Robert. Nickname Bob. Last name Wasson.
And you go by Bob, is that right? Okay. Well, Mr. Wasson, can you begin by just telling the jurors where you work?
I work at Home Depot, Manchester, Londonderry. So I was a Met supervisor. So
Do you travel between those two locations for work?
I now transferred to the Londonderry location. So I'm in that location now.
At some point, were you working in Manchester?
Yes.
So what are the dates of that? When did you transfer to Londonderry?
I transferred to Londonderry last April of 2023. Was in Manchester for 11 and a half years.
11 and a half years. What role do you currently hold at Home Depot?
I'm just a Met associate now. I mentally had to take a step down and became an associate instead of management.
Before you took that step down, you mentioned management.
Mhm.
What were your roles and responsibilities as manager at Home Depot?
I had vast different roles. Last position that I had was merchandising execution team supervisor. So I was in charge of about 20 people at the high. We did all the resets. So if you've been to Home Depot, we went in and did the Christmas resets and spring resets and pretty much get new.
I love the
merchandise out and
resets.
stuff like
I'm not gonna lie. I nail it every time.
What is the Home
I
Depot
get
in the
there
business?
to
of
get
the business.
the resets.
What is the business of the Home Depot? Sorry, that was a
home improvement retail sales.
And so if you could just remind us of your current duties.
My current duties
Yes.
are basically doing resets, getting sales and promotions ready and stuff like that.
I'm showing the defense what's been marked for identification of State's Exhibit 92.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Watson, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 92 for identification. Can you take a look at those items? And just look up and down. So you can remove that paperclip, and if you like, you can remove the actual pages from the plastic.
You want me to remove these?
Yep. So you can remove it. And the final page, if you can just take a look at that.
Okay.
All right. Are you familiar with these documents, Mr. Wasson?
Yes. The spreadsheet kind of is something that you pull for a report if you're looking for something for receipts and transactions. And the last one is a receipt.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Wasson. Are these records typically held in the ordinary course of business?
It's something that if you had to look up receipts and transactions, then you would. Most people wouldn't get them.
Most people wouldn't, but employees of the Home Depot would. You're able to access those.
If you worked in a certain department, which I did, I ran the service desk, so I had to do audits on this stuff every so often.
And that last document, what did you describe that as?
Receipt from a transaction from the Manchester location on 2/26/2020 around 11:42 a.m.
Were you working at that location
Yes.
on February?
I'm just going to remind you both, this is a very big room, so it's really important that all the jurors are able to hear
Okay.
both of you. So if you could keep your voices up, please.
Sure.
Were you working at the Home Depot on February 26th, 2020, Mr. Watson?
I was employed with them then.
How were you so employed at that time?
I was merchandising execution team supervisor at that point.
You said you had an opportunity to review these records previously. Let me ask you this. Are those fair and accurate to the best of your knowledge with the records that you reviewed prior to taking the witness stand?
Yes.
Right, at this point, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification. Strike the ID of Exhibit 92 and mark as full.
Counsel?
We rest on our prior objection.
All right. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Okay. So, Mr. Wasson, I'm going to ask you to just take a look at these items, and I want you to start with, it looks like they're in order still. What's the first date you're able to see? And I want you to go to the last date. From the first date to the last date, what is the first date you're able to make out on those documents?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And I'm just going to ask you to talk to the back of the room so the jurors can hear you. What is the first date you're able to see?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And if you can do me, so if you can count how many transactions you're able to observe on those documents.
About 33 of them.
33. Okay. And what do those documents capture? What are we looking at? What are the documents?
Different stores, different addresses, and store numbers. So there's quite a few of them for around this area.
And when you say different stores,
there's Manchester, Londonderry, Hooksett. So the different Home Depot stores in this section.
And are these transactions that we're looking at or something else?
They are transactions for the different times, and it looks like for a specific class that they were looking for.
Okay, and what is that specific class?
Looks like lime and gypsum, so anything under that category.
Are you familiar with what lime and gypsum
They
is?
pulled all of the
It could
transactions.
be anywhere from drywall to powdered or stuff for gardening.
Stuff for gardening. Okay. Is there a specific SKU number associated with those purchases? And when I say SKU number, let me back up. Are you familiar with
Yeah.
that term SKU?
Yes, we use it every day.
Can you tell the jurors what it means?
Item number.
Let me ask you this. Is the Home Depot able to track specific purchases?
Oh, yes, we can look up different line items.
Okay. When you say line items, how do you look up those different line items?
Typing in the SKU number or description into our computer system, and you'll be able to validate what somebody has purchased.
Those specific SKU numbers, are they related to specific items that you sell at the Home Depot?
Yes,
Does each item have its own unique SKU number?
it does.
And are you able to make out the SKU number specific to those purchases? Let me strike that question. You mentioned a receipt.
The
Can you
receipt.
tell the jurors again what the date is of that receipt?
The receipt for the piece of paper is February 26, 2020.
And do you see one of the SKU numbers that you mentioned?
Limestone 221-104, which is unique for that one, for limestone.
What else do you see present on that receipt, Mr. Watson?
Looks possibly like a tool, a fuel grinder, and a blade for a tool.
And that's a Diablo blade for a tool. What else do you see on that receipt?
Total cash, change given, the price of everything, each line item, and the total.
Okay. When you say the total cash, if you can set the receipt down and turn back to the larger document. How many cash transactions do you see present on that list of 33?
Three.
Okay, and what are the dates of those cash transactions?
February 15th, February 26th, and March 2nd.
All right. And specific to this receipt, turning back to the receipt rather.
Which would have been the February 26th, Manchester location. Sorry, my eyes got lost.
Take your time. So you said February 26th, Manchester location. That's February 26th of 2020?
Yep.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier when you were reviewing the receipt that there was a cash total.
Yep.
What was the cash total for those items?
$400.
Sorry.
Oh, the total for the product was $396.35. Paid $400 and got change of $365 back.
So the person that made that transaction gave $400.
Yes.
How much was that grinder?
And
Okay, so now think about this. Adam Montgomery's going to take $400. Why wouldn't he just steal this shit? Not saying from Home Depot, but like $400.
thank you, Mr. Watson. No additional questions.
What was on this ticket? All right.
Good morning, Mr. Watson.
Good morning.
Can you grab that microphone?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
So let me introduce myself, Mr. Watson. I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery. I'm also going to ask you a few questions. So Exhibit 92 consists of two documents, correct?
You talk about this right here.
Yes, the exhibit in front of you now, Exhibit 92.
Okay.
There's two separate documents there, correct?
Yes.
And the first one is a document collecting all of the limestone purchases made at various Home Depot locations in New Hampshire from February 1st of 2020 through March 4th. Is that correct?
No, February 5th.
February
2020.
5th through March 4th.
Yes.
And if I may approach,
Yes.
let's take a look at that document.
That's the receipt. That's the pages. And
That's the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Where are the SKU numbers? Which page? You have a spreadsheet out in front of you, correct?
Mhm.
And this spreadsheet represents 33 separate purchases of some kind of limestone.
So the SKU number is right here, the 22104. This is all the 221104. Right
So
here.
these are all different SKU numbers then.
This is mostly the SKU number for looks like for the limestone.
What are these other
That's
lime
the-
gypsums?
So that's the subcategory. So it goes subcategory and then sub description. So there's like a big, how Home Depot does it is they have like a class of like hand tools, and then it goes into either a manufacturer, and then it goes into what kind of hand tool, and then it goes into the SKU specific. So it gets categorized in different things. So this is your start of your top class, and then it goes down to more specific of the SKU number. So it's like parent, kid, grandkid.
Okay. But all 33 of these are various limestone products?
It's all the same SKU number. Looks like there might be another. Yes, so it's all the same SKU number here, except for two of them, which is a green and grow limestone, which is a totally different product, but it's still a limestone category.
Okay. 33 purchases from, was it 5 locations? Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, South Merrimack, and Concord?
It looks like it, yep.
It's fair to say, though, that Home Depot is not the only store that offers limestone products.
There is other retailers that do sell limestone.
The next document, it is a receipt for a February 26th purchase.
Yes.
Cash purchase.
Yes.
It does not, that receipt does not indicate the identity of the purchaser.
It does not.
And based on your managerial experience, Home Depot retains long?
I'm not sure on that. I never, as the position I was in, we never really had to go to the cameras unless we were asked to validate something. But we have no access to it except for loss prevention and corporate.
And those cameras and the footage obtained therefrom, to your knowledge, is it kept forever?
I'm not aware of, I'm not sure.
It's possible that it gets lost over time?
With the company as Home Depot, probably stays for a long time.
I don't have anything further. Thank you for your time, Mr. Watson.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused. Counsel?
All right, sidebar. Okay, so what I take from that is, so basically there's 5 different stores that's Home Depot in the area. And out of those 5 stores, they went ahead and looked from the time period of February 5th to March 5th and pull any transaction that sold lime. Okay. And so they went ahead and they did that. And then the other criteria is that not only did you have to pull the receipts that had lime, but we need you to pull the receipts that bought lime with cash. Okay. So then they did that. Then they said, okay, let's see what we have. And they went ahead and saw everything that they have. And they came across this one that was on February 26th in the afternoon, which was 45 minutes after Adam Montgomery allegedly withdrew from what I'm understanding, they had a joint bank account, but withdrew money from their bank account within 45 minutes, and that purchase happened. Okay. Which I was shocked. I'm hearing it's a $397 purchase. That's a lot of money for an addict to spend. He just started working, so 2020 was his first day of work. I'm sorry, 1/14/2020 was Adam's
Next witness.
first day of work. So his first paycheck. Like they would have. Did they go and take that money and go and pay how were they paying their rent? That was right at the same time. February 26th. I don't know how they would have had any money to pay the rent for March. So they just didn't pay rent.
Detective Rahal, if you can just stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth of the things and penalties?
Let's see how the detective went ahead and did it. Yeah, but if the grinder's only 150, can we look up what the fuel grinder is? What the fuel grinder and 40.
If you can just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
It's Max Rahill, Rahill.
Blades.
And Detective Rahal, I've called you a detective, but how are you presently employed?
I am a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
And how long have you been a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
I've been a detective for about 3.5 years, but I've been employed with the Manchester Police Department for 9.5 years.
When did your employment begin with the Manchester Police Department?
July of 2014.
And prior to being a detective, what was your assignment?
I was a patrol officer.
What are your duties as a patrol officer with the Manchester Police Department?
Responding to in-progress calls, accidents, thefts, doing proactive work, traffic stops, things of that nature.
Remind us, what year did you become a detective?
In 2020.
2020. What are your current duties and what are your role and duties as a detective?
Abuelo.
So I'm currently assigned to
Diablo.
the General Investigations Unit, and we typically do general investigations, more specifically burglaries, thefts. I'm kind of more geared towards the violent crime and evidence aspect in the unit.
Yeah, they just read off the purchase. Like they didn't say anything about a saw. I mean, he bought it somewhere else.
Any prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department?
I was actually a court officer at this courthouse and Manchester District Court.
And how long did you have that role for?
A little less than a year.
Detective Rahal, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
And what year was that?
2014.
Do you recall what class you were?
165.
And do you participate in regular trainings through the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
Okay. How often would you say you participate in trainings?
I try to do a couple to a half dozen a year. More so, I mean, since I've been employed there, I've done a wide array of different trainings. But since I've been a detective and before I became a detective, I started to do more trainings and towards the investigative aspect of law enforcement.
So is it fair to say the trainings that you participate in currently are more geared towards your duties investigating?
Correct.
I want to switch gears, Detective Rahal. Were you assigned duties in your official capacity as a law enforcement officer with the Manchester Police Department regarding the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery? I know that was a mouthful, but
Yes.
okay. And just briefly, if you could describe for this jury what your role and participation in the case was, just a bird's eye view.
Okay. So I originally started working on the case early January of 2022. where we would help with searches, follow-ups, things of that nature. But I didn't actually get assigned the case with Detective Dunleavy until February of 2022.
You mentioned a Detective Dunleavy. Is that Jack Dunleavy?
Yes,
And what is your understanding of his role in this case?
the lead investigator.
And so what was that interaction like between yourself and Jack Dunleavy?
We had a good rapport, just going back and forth on different things that needed to get done.
I guess my question, did you split duties?
Oh, yes. Yeah, correct. Sorry.
And I think you said this, but your involvement in this matter began in January of 2020?
Correct.
2022.
Yes.
I want to discuss specific processing of an item, sealing.
Yes.
Can you describe your role and involvement in the processing of a sealing for the jurors?
Yes. So we arrived to process the scene June 4th of 2022.
Let me stop you
sorry.
there. When you say you arrived to process
Oh,
it,
sorry. 177 Lake Ave, which is the Families in Transition building, also known as FIT. So we arrived there that morning to get consent from the CEO and the president of FIT, along with the occupants of room 1 in the FIT building.
and when you say we arrived, were you with other detectives?
Yes, I originally arrived there with Detective Dunleavy.
And when you arrived, what did you do?
We vacated the residence and to get it prepped for processing it.
Did you process the sealing specifically?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
So when we walked in, there was 3 areas of interest, and the ceiling that we're talking about, MER 3D, that was further back in the residence of room 1. And so the processing of that, it was a huge piece of evidence. So we needed kind of all hands on deck when we actually took the ceiling down. And
You just mentioned the evidence number, MER 3D.
Yes.
What's the significance of the MER?
So those are my initials.
And so did you log that evidence in under your own name?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was tasked with documentation and collection that day when we arrived at FIT.
You mentioned collecting MER 3D. Did you also collect a vent cover?
I did.
And what was that logged under?
I believe the vent cover was MER 3A.
At some point during your time, is it fair to say that during your time at the FIT shelter, you did more than just document the ceiling?
Correct.
What else did you do that day?
So after we processed the ceiling and packaged up and got it out of the residence, we ended up cleaning it to make sure that there was no dust on the ground. And we went and processed the scene with, or sorry, not the scene, processed the room and the bathroom with Blue Star.
And walk us through that process. What was your specific role in the processing of that room and the bathroom?
So my specific role was documentation of what we were doing, and I was with Detective Bombard and Detective Bergeron Rosa. Mm-hmm.
So I want to switch gears with you, Detective Rahill. During your involvement on this case, did you have an opportunity to review Meta bank account records?
I did.
And specifically an account ending in 5270?
Yes.
And what is your familiarity with that account?
That is the bank account for Kayla Montgomery.
And to your knowledge, is that one that was a shared account?
Yes.
Objection.
Speculation.
Counsel?
Source. Interesting. It's her bank account. This part of the testimony here with the Home Depot.
The objection is sustained. Let me ask a follow-up question.
So Detective Rahill, You mentioned your familiarity with the records.
Yes.
How did you go about collecting? Did you collect those records?
I didn't physically collect them.
Did another officer
Yes.
involved with this matter collect those records?
Yes.
How did they go about collecting them?
Search warrant.
And you had a chance to review those records?
Yes.
Do those records document that? Well, let me back up. You mentioned that this was a shared account.
Yes.
What's the source of that information for you?
On the record.
Your review of the records?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this?
So the bank account's Kayla's.
Showing the defense what's been previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. So Detective Rahill, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. I'm just going to ask that you take a moment and review those records. Once you've had an opportunity to review those records.
So like with the purchase of the knife and the sheath, right? Here we go. This is what they're going to be talking about. This is your circumstantial. I withdrew $400. Let's see how much the withdrawal was.
So the records that I just handed you, State's Exhibit 138. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It was the bank records for that card and number ending in 5270.
Familiar with these records?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 138 and mark as full.
Any objection? Yes.
They want to approach on this, which is interesting. Like I said, remember everything to do with this testimony. They don't want any of this in because this is all stemming from Kayla saying this. Talk about dismembering and using a grinder and tool, and that. But yet she never testified though to ever seeing anything like that. The tools in there, the bathroom. She never testified that what was it? Him buying anything. And I would just think that this is a huge ass withdrawal. Okay. And if you're going to say that, what did you take $400 out of my account for? What is this for? There was no testimony by Kayla saying Adam used my bank card or Adam went and took out $400 and he told me that he was going to go buy, X, Y, and Z. None of that came up in the testimony. And I want to remember if this could potentially get Kayla, I would think, recalled. And I think the reason that the defense didn't ask her anything about this is because they didn't want it to come in. But now, because it came in, but also the state never asked Kayla anything about this, anything about her account. Did you and Adam share an account? Or if that totally happened, then I must have been blasted. Okay, I don't remember anything talking about anybody's accounts. They never talked about how any of these people made money or how they paid for their drugs. There's been no talks about anything to do with their lifestyle. How did they buy food? I get that they have food stamps, but guess what? You don't get that much. How are you buying your drugs? Kayla, you didn't have a job. Okay, how did you get where? Adam didn't have a job. He only had a job for 5 weeks as a dishwasher. No money in that. Who's turning tricks? Who's doing what to get the drugs? When you're talking about a habit like this and you're doing it like this so that you don't get sick, that is what, when drug people will talk to you, they'll say, hey, I have a X amount of dollar a day habit. So what was their dollar a day habit? I want to know the price tag on this. I want to know how much they were buying. Why is anybody talking about how much? Because this is all relevant
138.
for Keela to remember
Speaking on
anything.
138, you can proceed.
So, Detective Rahill, I'm handing you back what's been marked as State's Exhibit 138 for identification. Fair to say that's a pretty lengthy document.
Yes.
I'm showing you now. So if you can take a moment and review State's Exhibit 61, just look up when you're ready. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What can you tell the jurors what it is?
So this is a withdrawal from Citizens Bank at 688 South Willow Street. The transaction was.
And let me stop you there. You're familiar with it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Is this taken from that larger record, State's
Yes.
Exhibit 138?
Yes.
Okay. And there's something highlighted on it.
Yes.
And I think you were talking about that just now.
Yes.
Is this item, State's Exhibit 61, is that a fair and accurate representation of a portion of the records that you have in front of you, State's Exhibit 138?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 61 and mark it as full.
Any objection?
The standing.
Overall. Okay, other than the previous objection that was noted, the court will strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
Willow Street's right downtown. This purchase, he hasn't talked about, they're going to put up, thank God, put up these exhibits. All this technology. They look like me with all the paper that they're using. I'm going to be bringing Hector into all my, plug it in. There you go.
I'm sorry.
There you go. Okay.
Yes.
And that yellowed in portion, what does that show us?
That shows a 500 withdrawal from 688 South Willow Street, which is the Citizens Bank.
And does it say the date on that document? The date and time?
50, okay, right
does.
here, boom. Hold up, no. It says 503. It says 503.50. And that's because it's not their bank. You're only getting those type of fees when it's not your bank. Whatever card they use, they were using it at a bank that wasn't their bank. Otherwise, if it's at your bank, you just paid the 500. Okay, so whatever ATM DDA withdraw, they had $6,889.25 in their bank account at that time. What? Pinned purchase from DEM, service charge transaction 3. See? Service charge transaction 3. ATM withdraw. ATM. What?
You mentioned that it was 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what the date and time is?
It is February 26, 2020, and the time is approximately 11:20 and 13 seconds.
11:20 and 13 seconds.
Yes.
What was the amount that was withdrawn?
It was $503.50.
Your Honor, if I may have questions.
Okay, I'm still gonna pause it here for a second. Then I think this would have all come up on Kayla's because that would actually help prove her story. Okay, which is Adam said we'll wait till we get the tax returns, and then that's when we would buy all these tools to be able to for him to do all of this stuff. Okay, so this was February 26th. So they did their taxes before February 26th. This has nothing to do with COVID, guys. We didn't get anything to do with COVID here until COVID wasn't even a thing. There's no stimulus money. Nothing was that happening until way after. So I know for 100%, this is not COVID.
Showing the defense what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92.
Ooh.
I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92. I'm just going to ask that you look at the back page, the last page of that document.
In the plastic. Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a receipt from Home Depot on March Ave. The date. You want me to go into detail what it is?
Nope.
Okay.
You're familiar with it, though?
Yes.
Fair to say. Okay. So let's talk about 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
What's your familiarity with that location?
So it's a close proximity to the Home Depot at 129 March Ave.
When you say it's in close proximity, what does that mean?
It's within half a mile. So South Willow Street and March Ave are connected. So they're very close to each other. Or they touch each other.
Are you aware of how long it would take to get from the ATM to that Home Depot?
It depends if you walked or drove, but it would take about 10 minutes, maybe a little less, 9 minutes.
Have you personally made that commute from the ATM?
Driving wise, yes, but not walking wise.
What prompted investigators to get these bank statements?
These specific bank statements
This transaction specifically.
from the bank. Okay. So we requested the meta bank data for the Montgomerys to get a history of purchases. And when reviewing those purchases, we located this.
And did this specific one stand out to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Due to the close proximity to Home Depot on March Ave, and due to the fact that this was the day prior to a work order at the Union Street address, 644 Union Street.
What's your understanding of who lived at 644 Union Street?
Adam and Kayla Montgomery.
February 27th was the work order.
With respect to that Citizens Bank, did officers request surveillance footage from the Citizens Bank?
Yes.
Did you receive any?
No.
If I may approach you again. I didn't hear if you permitted that.
You can approach witness.
So Detective Rahal, I'm handing you what I've shown the defense. It's marked for identification as State's Exhibit 91. And I'm just going to ask that you take a look at that officer. You can look up when you're done.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
So this was a request for video in regards to the ATM that they did not have. And we also wanted the actual transactions from that ATM, which they did not have either. And this is,
go ahead.
This was requested. I actually don't know when this was requested.
Fair to say several years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
And then this is a newer document from, can you read the date on it?
Yeah, the top date says January 18th, 2024.
But you recall several years ago requesting that footage.
Years ago? Yes, a year ago.
Year ago.
In terms of your experience as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, do you typically request surveillance footage?
Yes.
Is it typically available?
It depends on when you ask for it. Depends if the incident just happened or it's something that was past tense and the video is no longer there.
And in this case, you mentioned beginning your involvement in January of 2022.
Correct.
The purchase that we're talking about. Can you remind us of that date?
Yes, it's February 26th of 2020. So almost 2 years before.
Is that typical for your experience as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, as a detective with them, that they wouldn't still have this footage?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 91 and mark it as full.
Damn.
The objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So no surveillance existed, no transaction existed.
Correct.
It did exist through the Meta Bank.
Correct.
What was the next step in the course of the investigation into this specific purchase?
So due to the close proximity to this transaction, we requested lime purchases from Home Depot.
Was that a specific Home Depot or was it multiple Home Depot locations?
We requested multiple Home Depot locations.
And with respect to State's Exhibit, what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92, is that reflected in State's Exhibit 92?
I haven't fully looked through this.
Oh, please do.
I just did the back page, sorry.
Oh, he didn't fill out the paperwork to get Harmony's. I don't think she was the disability. I don't think that was filed
Is
ever
there papers in
on
there?
Adam's end.
Oh, okay, so there's more in there. Yes. There's multiple locations on here.
Okay. Which locations do you see?
Merrimack, Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, and Concord.
During the course of your... Did you have an opportunity to review those documents once they were received?
Yes.
And that was during the course of your involvement in this investigation? Yes. And do you recall when those items were received from Home Depot?
We requested them in August of 2022, and we received them about a month later.
What specifically were investigators looking for with respect to the purchases?
We were looking for lime purchases.
Why were you looking for lime purchases?
Due to a statement made by Kayla Montgomery.
And I've asked you to look at the last page of that material, the packet that's in front of you. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so this is the receipt from a transaction at Home Depot on March Ave.
I'm just going to ask you to turn to the monitor behind you. Is that consistent with what you're looking at, the papers that you have?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a receipt.
And I want to talk about the receipt.
There you go. 11:42 a.m.
In the morning on February 26th, 2020. What is the date and time of this Home Depot transaction?
11:42 a.m.
179 for the grinder.
And I want to discuss the
199. What the fuck is that?
Does that receipt tell you the amounts?
Yes.
And can you just point them out to the jurors?
Yes. It was $396.35.
And there says
The line was I thought
Yes.
that was like $4.
So the transaction was paid with cash, $400 in cash.
What's your understanding of the size of the line bag that was purchased?
It was a 40-pound lime bag.
40 pounds?
Yes.
And what additional items were purchased during that transaction?
So there was a Milwaukee M18 fuel grinder, which is also known as an angle grinder, size 4.5 blade. There was also a Diablo 4.5 blade purchase and an M18 Milwaukee battery.
Who the fuck would order? Who would buy it like that?
Rahil, I'm handing you what's been marked, what's been published as States Exhibit 63. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And is this consistent with what is represented on that receipt?
Yes.
I thought for $250 you get it all. NutriBullets are tiny.
Was there a specific item number associated with the limestone?
Yes.
And
Thank
what is it?
you.
If you can read it
Thank
from
you.
the receipt there.
So it's 4 zeros and then it's 221104.
And again, the jury's heard that's an item number specific to that item.
Yes.
Okay. He bought basically two different fuel grinders, that's my understanding, and a battery. And the lime was $5, and two extra blades or an extra blade.
So, Detective Rahil, I'm showing you what's been published as States Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
So this is a screenshot of lime bags that are sold at Home Depot that was presented to Kayla Montgomery during our third proffer with her.
That wasn't
March
recorded.
2023.
March of 2023, they had a third one? Holy
The item
fuck.
that I just showed you, States Exhibit 62, if you can just turn to the monitor.
That's the one that wasn't recorded.
Is that what's reflected on the monitor?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of presenting this to Ms. Montgomery?
She signed it.
To figure out what lime that might have been used in the disposal of Harmony.
Without saying what she said, was a bag indicated?
Yes.
And can you point the bag out that's indicated?
Yeah.
That was indicated.
Yes.
You didn't say. Now, you talked about a specific item number. Is that present on this item?
Yes, you can't see it in that screenshot though. I don't believe.
Were you able to compare the item number from this exhibit with the item number from the receipt, the Home Depot receipt?
Yes.
Are they consistent with each other?
Yes.
Sustained.
How did you compare those?
By researching and finding the SKU number associated with that bag.
Did you compare that to the receipt?
Yes, and that bag is
Sustained bleeding.
What was the result of that comparison?
Yes.
This truly makes no sense. If you ask me. So he bought two.
Detective Rahil, you mentioned doing research to find the SKU number of that particular bag. What research did you do?
I went on the Home Depot website and searched for that specific lime.
And did you compare that?
I did.
What did you compare it to?
I compared it to the receipt that we received from Home Depot, and they had the same SKU number.
Was that the same receipt that you just looked at?
Yes.
So the item number that's indicated in the previous exhibit is consistent with the Home Depot receipt.
Yes, it just didn't have the 4 zeros in the front, but it was 221104.
One of those is a battery. M18. Oh God, he bought like a big old battery. It's called the M18 18-volt lithium, red lithium forged 6.0 battery pack. $179. That's what was on that ticket, right? 179.
Is consistent.
Right there.
Is consistent with the Home Depot.
M18 Hawks C8. Hawks.
Yes, it just didn't have the 4 zeros in the front, but it was 221104.
$199. Must have been on sale. Or is that what it is now? Yeah, $199. Found it. Top rated, $199.
There,
Okay.
and the lawyers are delivered. Thank you so much.
thank
All right,
you.
very good. Okay, council, we're gonna take one more minute to discuss the issue that you want to discuss. So, approach, what research, and we will see you after lunch. Thank you so much for your time and attention this morning. All rise for the jurors, please.
All right. They're on break. And yeah. All right. This was given during Kayla's third, this information came during Kayla's third proffer. This is not in, obviously, the probable cause because this came, probable cause was October 25th, 2022. Her third proffer was March 2023. So now who can eat up all this shit? So it's one grinder, a battery, huge battery pack. I mean, and I didn't even know, like, let me see. this is sick.
I've worked in a lot of other shops and we've used mostly corded tools, and it still delivers the same amount of power.
We use this grinder for chamfering, for cleaning plates. You can lean on that tool as much as you want, and it will not stop it. It has the power that we need.
M18 fuel grinders, they offer amazing power. They cut through metal easily. They cut through concrete very easily, stone. Pretty much any application I need the Milwaukee grinder, I can depend on it to get the job done.
It's now a lot quicker and it's a lot more efficient. I feel like I could get the job done much quicker.
Speed of the cut's very important.
I can't even. Fuck these assholes. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Not those poor people that are doing their work. Not that. God bless America. Now, I want to show you the difference between when people are talking about this NutriBullet, just so people know what we're talking about here. Yeah, I was like, when I first heard this, I said, what are they all talking about? There you go. I was like, this is the smallest thing I've ever seen, because we had one. It's like personal shake size. You know what I mean? And it's for you to make your smoothies. And I was like, there's just no way. Like, that's. Just to show you guys. Anyways, we are on a recess, and God, I don't know who can eat lunch right now, but I need a minute. I can't handle this.